все прошел, сказал, что не раскладывает.
Of July 2022. Hello everybody, this is Sergey Baklikov and you're watching Baklikov Live. Welcome back to the city of St Petersburg. Welcome back to Russia, the land of freedom, the land of the real freedom, not imaginary one. Hi everybody, so welcome to St Petersburg, to Russia, to the land of freedom and the new NATO threats and the Western sanctions. Recently, there are more than 10,000 sanctions imposed on Russia, but you still can watch YouTube and through the lens of my camera to see what happens here. Dudes, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody. Neva River, wonderful Neva River, Neva Mother, Neva, which is in that direction, goes to the Gulf of Finland, Baltic Sea. That's how you can reach, from here you can reach Finland and Sweden, the countries which are recently joining NATO and making a new threat for Russia and keep poking the bear. They keep poking the Russian bear. I'm not sure why the hell they're doing that, because nothing good for them going to be out of it. Dudes, why the hell they are doing that? Why? Finally, it's windy today, plus 20 degrees Celsius, which is about 68-70 Fahrenheit. Windy, but so fresh, it's great. I think that, well, if yet not the wind, then it would be the optimal weather. Well, maybe it's not that windy when I will get off the river, the bridge, because now here I'm on the open space, Peter and Paul Fortress. This is Peter and Paul Fortress, the heart of the city of St. Petersburg, the very first place that was founded here. There's 18th century kind of ship. Look at that hair. So I say hi to everybody. Continue joining my stream. Here we are walking in St. Petersburg, in Russia, in the land of freedom, the land of the real freedom. When will Ukraine bomb St. Petersburg? Never, never, dude. You need to understand that Russia is unbeatable. How many times? You need to check it again and again. How many times you need to fail that to understand that you can't beat Russia. You just can't beat Russia. Russia here is already for more than 1,100 years. And nobody was able to defeat Russia. Not Napoleon, not Hitler. Nobody gonna do that now, okay? So that's why I think that the provocations from the side of NATO are really no good now. Because all these provocations, like the continuous massive supply of the weapons and ammunition to Ukraine, the cargo blockade to Kaliningrad, which is the Russian exclave, in order to bring the stuff there, need to cross the territory of Lithuania, which is now, like, you know, blocked. And this is another thing which is poking the Russian bear. And finally, of course, like joining the new members. The thing is that Sweden and Finland, which is right next to Russia, now joining NATO. And that's already the 6th wave of the extension. And that's how all today's conflict is actually started. It has started yet back in 1990s, the beginning of 1990s, when there was the agreement that the USSR/Russia dismantle Warsaw Pact, and NATO will not make any expansion to the east. But, you know, the Soviet Union did its part, NATO not. And after that there was 5 waves of the expansion. And Russia got NATO all over in the west. Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Republic, Romania, and many more. Since 2007, Putin, yet in February 2007 on Munich conference, he said that it is not acceptable that NATO have to get back to the borders of the 1990s. That's yet 15 years ago he was talking about that. But they kept doing that. And now we have what we have. And now the new provocations, which is not gonna end up good for all of us. Okay, so we're now on Petrogradsky Island, Petrogradsky district. Amazing time here. NATO broke their promise to Russia. Absolutely, absolutely. Just imagine the Soviet Union / Russia dismantled Warsaw Pact, and what they got in the return? They got even more NATO next to the Russian borders, which is unacceptable. And that's what about Putin said yet in February 2007 on Munich conference. And he said that one polar world is unacceptable too. And that yet was maybe not too bad when the NATO bases appear to be in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, but the situation with Ukraine turned to be the most critical, because this is a principal thing, okay? And if you remember, when in 2014 there was an armed coup in Ukraine, in Kiev, on Maidan. So that was, even in 2014, that was not the beginning. That was just the entering into the hot stage of that, okay? So, and now we see the escalation keep going. The NATO now officially announced Russia as the main enemy, an enemy in the world, and they, now making its extensions, and that's no good. That's no good. I'm not even sure how come the people of Finland and Sweden agreed for that, because I'm sure that people of Finland and Sweden, they know that Russia do not have any problems with Finland and Sweden. With Sweden, like, no problem since the Northern War. It's like since 1720s, and with Finland since 1940s, since the World War II days. Everything Russia was making, it's just like a nice business with Sweden, with Finland. A lot of tourists who also every year was bringing in total millions and millions of dollars. Let's say, you know how many people from St. Petersburg was coming to the town of Kaliningrad, which is located right next to the border of Finland and Russia. And now there's like 70% of the shops are closed because of no Russian tourists, and the real estate dropped down for 40% in Kaliningrad. Okay, so Sweden and Finland, in fact, actually now making the concession, a huge concession of their independence, when they allow NATO to come to their lands. And NATO may provoke a lot of problems being there, because they can make an actions which is, I'm sure they may not even discuss with the Finnish or Swedish governments, and they can make something what will provoke the problem there. I mean, like the hot conflicts. Hey, if somebody from Finland and Sweden watching me, do you really need this? Because now the one thing is when the conflict happens in Ukraine, okay, so it's like the one spot in particular, Donbass. Another thing, when now you are guys playing with fire in Kaliningrad and next to the St. Petersburg northwestern border of Russia, here, just like in 100 kilometers from St. Petersburg, okay? So you guys are playing with fire, and you better talk to your governments. Say them, hey, what the hell are you doing? You know, need poking the bear. Because Russia is a peacemaker. Russia now defends the ethnical Russians on Donbass who were harassed for 8 years there. But you claim Russia as a, as the aggressors, which is totally wrong, You guys all need to start waking up. You need to start waking up. Russia is a peacemaker. Russia tried to make peace since 2014. All what Ukraine need to start to do is just to start working on Minsk II agreements, and everything would be okay. But nope, it has never happened. Just happened the escalation. So we continue walking all the way through St. Petersburg, here in Russia, in the land of freedom, the real land of freedom. People are free and happy here. Just look at this. Because here it's not imaginary freedom. Here it's the real one, with no fake and no bullshit. The one thing is, like, still we can consider it as a local conflict in the east of Ukraine, Donbass region, even if Donbass region is actually huge, okay? Still, it's one thing. Another thing is when you're poking the Russian bear on their territory, like that, you know, blockade of the cargo to Kaliningrad, and making the new, getting the new bases on the Russian border in Finland and Sweden now. So today they signed one more paper, which is making this closer and closer. So if it all will turn into the full-scale war with Russia, believe me, it will be the beginning of World War III. And this way, Russia can activate up to 28 million of Russian men. Most of them were going through the service in the army, because army is mandatory here. So it's like 28 million men who knows how to hold the gun and who was going through the army. And of course, like, already to raise the question about usage of over 6,000 nukes, or at least a tactical nuclear weapons. It's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a mess for all of us. Nobody, at least on the European continent, gonna hide. So you better think about it. Kamennoostrovsky Prospect, Stone Island Avenue, because this avenue leads to another island here, which is called Stone Island, Kamenny Ostrov. It's like one of the main streets on Petrogradsky, the avenue. There's the biggest mosque, the largest mosque, Muslim mosque in St. Petersburg, hidden under the trees. So why I'm talking about the nukes? The thing is, I'm afraid that if Putin will be faced before the choice of, like, to use 28 million men, Russian men fighting, or just to use several nukes, I'm not sure what he will prefer to choose. So you guys better start understanding Russia and just respect the interest of Russia, and that's it. One of the biggest problems is that so many governments, Western governments, do not respect the interests of Russia. Okay, I'm going underground. David Davidovich, any plans on visiting? I don't know. I was there 2 years ago. The problem is so many, governments are thinking that Russia is a joke, but it is not. And finally, you was able to understand that, because the sanctioned war was lost. The West lost the economical war against Russia. Sanctions never helped, but only backfired. Okay? The thing is, Russia is getting back on the international war arena. Russia is strong again, and in the beginning of its new golden age, golden era. Believe me, you will see in the nearest already 5-10 years Russia becoming one of the greatest world players again, and nobody can stop that. Nobody. The mosque. You see, Russia is the land of freedom, the most multinational country with so many confessions: Orthodox Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, paganism. It's all here. Coexist. You need to understand, Russia is strong as never, at least since 1990s. And everything will be okay when, and it will happen eventually, when finally the Western countries who used to underrate Russia, at least for the last 30 years, will finally start respect the interests of Russia, especially since all the interests of Russia make sense. Actually, Russia no needs much. Russia just needs you guys to respect the interests of Russia. You need to understand that Russia is getting into its golden era. You see, Russia is finally free. Russia experienced one of the greatest moments for all more than 1,100 years history. And this is actually the reason of conflicts with Russia, many conflicts. It's one of the reasons, because now it irritates the world. I'm not talking about the regular people. I'm talking about the governments. Because the Western governments, they got used to dominate, and they don't want to tolerate now such a strong competitor, strong country, strong player on the world map, on the world arena as Russia. That's what you need to understand, okay? I know that most of the average people, because let's say I was in the United States twice, and all the people I've met, they were awesome and hospitable, And I used to meet many Europeans. I was not like really in Europe, but I used to meet here a lot of people from Europe who watching my channel. All of them were great people. But I'm talking about the governments. This is the entrance to Ленфильм, the oldest movie studio in the Soviet Union, in Russia. It used to be the first movie studio, the oldest one. So you guys, I guess already, well, I remember that yet 4 months ago when the sanctions started, and I told you all and explained why it will not working out. Many people were laughing at me and was telling me just like, okay, give it a time, give it 3 months. But now I guess you already all can see that it is not working. Yes, I mean, like in some business suffers, which is like pretty much dependent on the West, but in overall, it is really not affected Russia. It has not affected Russia. And now I'm telling you again that this is playing with fire. When NATO making the provocations in Kaliningrad and involving the new members in the face of Sweden and Finland. No need to play with the Russian bear. Meanwhile, you see, in Russia, everybody just enjoying their time. This is the land of freedom, the real freedom, the land of the real freedom. And look, this is the square which is called Austrian Square. So you see, there was the Muslim mosque. Here is the square which is called Austrian Square. This is Art Nouveau architecture. So why the hell they all the time telling you that Russia just wants to be like USSR 2.0 and stuff like that? No, vice versa. Russia just wants peace with everyone, but if you don't respect Russia, then the problem starts. That's what you need to understand. Yeah, so look, Russia is the greatest peacemaker, believe me, because it is Russia who 2007 was saying about that it is unacceptable to have one polar world. So what bets in this? I think that even the kids have to understand that the balanced multipolar world much better than one polar world, like one government, one opinion, one party line, one ideology. Everybody have to understand that, okay? So it is Russia was saying since at least 2007 that such a great presence, wide presence of NATO, the alliance, which actually hadn't any sense since 1990s when USSR dismantled Warsaw Pact, also unacceptable, and it is a threat for the safety of Russia, because the safety of other countries don't have to be reached for the disadvantages in safety for another countries. What's bad in this? And even in Ukraine since 2014, for 8 years, Russia tries to make Ukraine and like the euro, because Minsk II was signed not only by Ukraine and Russia, but also France and Germany in the face of François Hollande and Angela Merkel. So all what was needed to do is just to start like implementing it, to start working on it, and that's it. That's it. So what's bad Russia really wanted to do all the time just was like calling for peace and for diplomatic solutions, okay? But that all was ignored, and ignored in the weirdest possible way. It was the weirdest possible way. It was ignored, laughing in the face of Russia. And that's why this all started. Meanwhile, there were the murders, 14,000 murders of ethnic Russians in the east of Ukraine on historically Russian territories of Donbass. And that was way before Putin sent troops to Donbass. So think about it. Austrian Square. Everybody needs to understand that Russia is, you actually guys need Russia more than Russia needs the world. The world needs Russia for a balance. Russia is needed to the world for the balance. Because Russia, the largest country in the world, Russia can give a great balance. A balance in a global safety. That's, I think, I'm not sure why so many people don't really understand it. You need to understand this. I'm telling you, and you need to listen to me, because I am some kind of prophet. Many things I predicted to you way before, okay? Way before. Yet in 2018, 4 years ago, when I was in Donetsk, in Donbass, I tried to get your attention paid for what happens there. 4 months ago, when everything was started, I also like predicted many things, which now becomes true. Like the sanctions will not work, and Russia will only become stronger. And anyway, Russia will reach its goals, but just as longer it will all keep going, just with more consequences, bad consequences for the Ukrainian government, which still don't want to recognize their mistakes. You see, everything what I was saying, everything turned to be true. I am the real prophet. I'm the real prophet. Because, you know, I'm so educated and so smart. I'm thinking about it. And you see, I'm critical. I'm looking at everything critical. And I'm just trying to be, to have my head cold. And so I'm not biased. And that's why my forecasts becomes true. I foreseen everything. And you better listen to me, because I'm pretty educated and I really see what happens. Lenin, Vladimir Lenin. You guys just need to understand, as sooner the West will start respect Russia and like to hear Russia, sooner everything will be okay. And Russia needs a web of English media channels to present its narrative to the world, so that people understand Russian point of view. Russia had it. Every day you come here and say the same things. What about the Kramatorsk and Odessa massacres? Innocent Ukrainians died because of Russian collaborators. I want the old Sergei back, no more politics. Well, I was telling you about it. You can check my video a week ago. Okay. And what about the Ankit Srivastov? Well, media. There was such a media, Sputnik and RT, but it's all got closed. On the territory of the West. Okay. So, in fact, there is no freedom of speech. They said that they are closing. They closed that RT and Sputnik because it's propaganda. But who decide that this is propaganda? So they decide this is a propaganda. They decided for you. So can you call this the freedom of speech? It is you yourself have to decide what is propaganda and what is not. The thing is, it's not really the propaganda, but it's the truth. If that would be just a propaganda, then they will let it go and then just debunk it easily and just laugh at RT. But RT, Sputnik, they gives the facts, and it's hard to deal with it. It's hard to deal with the truth. This is what they understood. Yet in 2014, when all of it started, and Russia took Crimea, the Russian narrative was annoying because that was the truth, and it was really hard to overspoke it because truth is always comes out sooner or later, like it is now. Now, 4 months after the beginning of the special military operation, or call it war, in Ukraine, but finally many Western medias, especially in France, they started telling the things. They started telling the truth. They started calling the things with their names, because sooner or later, if it's the truth will get off. And already many times I warned you that there comes the time when the truth will prevail. And you guys, those who don't believe Russia now, be ready to be pretty much disappointed with unprecedented amounts of lies you've heard for all this time. Be ready and never say I never warned you. Be ready to be disappointed big time. It's like only one example, which was debunked with not Russian media, not even Russian media, because you would call it propaganda, but even with the Western media. Like all those stories, imagine all those wild stories about Russian soldiers raping babies, boys, girls, women, men, old men. They all turn to be a complete bullshit. It's not just something exaggerated, but bullshit from A to Z. The thing is, the amount of lies was as big as even the Western journalists started asking the questions, like, can you give a proof of at least one case? And I'm talking about the human rights ombudsman, or should I say human rights ombudswoman of Ukraine, Lyudmila Denisova, she was not able to give any proof. And they debunked it. The Ukrainian government even had to fire her. And then, look, attention, she personally had to tell about why she lied. She said that she came to Italy and had to perform before the Italian government, and she saw how, like, she felt everybody was tired of the subject of Ukraine, and she thought that these lies were justified just because it was going to help. Ankit Srivastava, is it true the ruble is going to be backed by coal? Yes. Peter, both sides are wrong. No, dude, if you're sending me the super chat, it doesn't mean that you can tell me what to do. I'm talking about what people are interested in and what people are worried about. I was not talking much about it when it was mostly just about Russia and Ukraine. But now, when I see NATO provoke actually the World War III, and it happens in only 100 kilometers from where I live in St. Petersburg, well, I think that I have to start talking with you about this. So that's why I'm talking, because now, they raise the bets pretty much, and there's nothing good out of that have to be. That's why I'm talking about it with you. The thing is, I'm full of common sense. And I'm the one who never lost the common sense yet. Same as the most Russians. The most Russians understand what happens. As you know, the Russian channels were blocked. They were shut the fuck up. But it's important for you to hear this. To hear the Russian points of view, which is based on common sense. By the way, this is the rebranded McDonald's. Вкусная точка. Except the different name, all the rest is totally the same here. Totally the same. Okay, I continue walking today here in St. Petersburg, Russia, in the land of freedom, the land of the real freedom. You see, this is the land of freedom, the real freedom, not the imaginary one. Russia is getting into its golden era, golden epoch. Russia got back. Russia got back to the world scene, to the world, international world arena. Yeah, it's not easy getting back to the world arena, but this is really bad that the West can start respect Russia without Russia actually telling them, poking them into that, poking into the fact that Russia got back. The land where protests aren't allowed. Dude, the real protests, they don't know the thing allowed or not, okay? When in 1991 the people were triggered, I mean, they all came into the streets. You totally don't understand what is the freedom. Why every time I'm talking about the freedom, you connect it with the ability to protest? In the West, you can't really protest too. You can't protest until it means nothing, okay? Until it means nothing. Tell me where and when the protests really changed anything. Maybe they stopped the invasion of Iraq, Iran, Libya, Yugoslavia, Serbia, where the protests were. And those guys, like 600 people, are still jailed for the protests on Capitol Hill in 2020. They turned off the bank accounts of Freedom Convoy in Canada. And after all, free Assange, for fuck's sake. The concert hall. So the real freedom is much more than ability to protest. They only allow you to protest when it means nothing. And that's why all the time I'm telling you that Russia is the land of the real freedom, not the imaginary one. Because when they allow you to protest about the things that makes not too much sense, and you feel like, oh, I'm free. I was able to get into the streets and I was able to scream against something or for something. I was able to scream and to stand for the rights of the man who wants everybody to know that they sleep with another man, or a woman who wants to know everybody to know they are asleep with another woman and stuff like that. So this is an imaginary freedom. Another freedom, it's like when you feel free, when you are living in the healthy society where everybody respects each other, because everybody understands that their freedom stops where the freedom of another person begins. When people are well-mannered, educated, when they just follow for the values they feel by the soul and by the heart, not some values which were imposed to them by media or whatever. Everything goes from the heart. So that's why everybody here is so relaxed. They are just, enjoying their time. That's what is the real freedom. Everybody respect each other. Just look at this. The ladies, well-dressed, nice ladies, are walking around clean streets because people respect the place they are living in. Everything is quiet. Nobody's attacking you. Nobody's annoying you. Everybody's enjoying the time and they are feeling that they are the one big nation. And Russia is the most multi-cultured, multinational country with over 150 nations. A society where people respect the architecture, aesthetics. So now finally, do you understand what I'm talking about? But you all the time associate the freedom with just the possibility to go into the streets and scream something. Damn it. I can't believe how you don't see this. You don't see this. The land of freedom, the real freedom and common sense. Common sense. I'm not even sure how yet to explain this to you. I'm not sure. I mean, I already just show it to you. Everything. Non-stop. No cuts, no edits. Yes, real freedom. I foresee that pretty soon, many of you will start understanding it, and I foresee that in the nearest decades, here will coming a lot of people. A lot of people from the West will immigrate here. Those people who are still having a common sense. This is the land for people with a common sense. those who respect the culture, architecture, literature, arts, science, music, that's what it is. The common sense. Those who respect the common sense, more people will start immigrating here. Let me tell you once again, Russia is entering into its golden era. Russia got back to the world scene. Russia was always making it during all its more than 1,100 years history. Russia. You see, people are having a great time. Healthy society. Everybody here feeling like they are one big united nation. One big healthy united nation. And all of this happens from the heart, just because they by default feeling this, feeling with their hearts and soul, because these are the real values, not the values, new values imposed by somebody. Nobody telling you how you have to act, how you have to behave. People just feel it. People feel how they have to behave. The flower stores are open 24/7 in Russia, because Russian people loves the flowers. Meanwhile, the time is 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. in St. Petersburg. Teremok. Look, this is Teremok, the chain of modern Russian cuisine restaurants. It's one of the biggest chains of restaurants in Russia, Russian modern cuisine. Lenin Square. This is the corner of Lenin Street and Большой проспект Petrogradской стороны, the Grand Avenue of Petrograd side. Let's say hi to Vladimir Lenin, the leader of world proletariat and the founder of the Soviet Union. Lenin. Thanks to Comrade Lenin for our happy childhood. We are together for Russia. I continue walking here in St. Petersburg, Russia, Petrogradsky Islands, Russia, the land of freedom, the land of real freedom. Dudes, don't you see this? Россия, Russia. Russia is getting back to the world stage, to the world arena. Russia will bring the balance of peace to this world. Must restaurant. I once was here. I used to show you. Nice meat restaurants. You see, people here are having a great time. Just look at this. KKN66, get some flour for Albina and Victoria for me. Thank you. We'll do later. I will do this. Yes. Actually, this is nice of you. I will say that it's from KKN66. Everybody, welcome to Russia. Everybody, welcome to St. Petersburg. Hi.
Whoa! How are you?
I'm fine. I'm from New York. Yeah. Russia is a greatness and power. Russia unbelievable. Russia number one. Number one. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Yeah, you see, friendly people. Friendly people. That's what I'm talking about. Friendly, free people. Free people. Dodo Pizza, another huge chain of pizzerias in Russia, Dodo Pizza. This is children's music school. Just a local music school, you see. You're so free, why don't you use Visa or MasterCard? I use it. I use it. Russians can't use MasterCard and Visa if they will come outside of Russia, but inside of Russia you can use it. But the reason why you can't use Visa and MasterCard outside of Russia is not because Russia is not free, because this is the result of the actions of not Russia, Russian government, but this is the result of absolutely, stupid and unhuman sanctions, which is however never worked, because now Russia uses its own system, which is called Mir. This system will already available in Turkey and some other countries, and soon will be integrated into Union Pay. And again, so it will be able to pay all over the world with the Mir cards. That's it. So another example of how sanctions never really worked, but backfired, and in the same time made Russia even stronger. You guys already need to understand that instead of fighting with me. You don't fight with me. You better learn how to recognize your mistakes. Yeah, and sooner you will start making it, better it will be for you. Because everything I'm saying makes sense. Because I am the person with a common sense. Russians can spend money in Western stores. Who is worse, customer or shop? Oh yes, so right question. I mean, I can't understand it when, let's say, people are proud that, let's say, Coca-Cola going away from Russia. So what? I mean, Coca-Cola was making millions and millions and millions of dollars here in Russia. So, and those dollars went to the Western economy, because Coca-Cola, after all, is a Western company. So now you just cut it off. You cut it off from your economy, not from the economy of Russia, because here comes the other companies which are making the lemonades and stuff like that, the drinks, cold drinks, and so they will just take that market. It's same as with McDonald's. They now sold their restaurants to Вкусно и Точка, and you see, no less people are coming to Вкусно и Точка. Nobody cares. 99% of people consider it as same restaurants, just different name, and it is really so. But just now, more money goes to Russia. All the money goes to Russia, because even though this is a shell company, McDonald's shell company, but it is like Russian company, and all the taxes will be paid here. Or for example, the car industry. So it's now like they said that the Western companies and the Japan companies said that they will not selling the cars to Russia anymore. Okay, but you used to sell the cars for millions and millions and millions of dollars every year, but now you can't. So you just cut your profits. Ask your stockholders if they are happy with this, that you cut a huge Russian market out of yourself. Are they happy? Ask it. Meanwhile, okay, Russians will now just will buy the cars through the parallel imports, or just will buy the cars from China. And in the same time, Russia said that, okay, they started to recover the Russian car factories. The thing is, what you don't understand, many of you don't understand, that Russia had a bad car industry just because Russia was lazy. All of these years was lazy. Russia was getting just super profits with fuel fossils, and people just never cared. They were just buying the foreign cars, okay, because it was possible to do. Now Russia will start making its own cars, and believe me, give it 5-7 years and it will be a very decent cars. Because let me remind you that Russia is the country which is just in 12 years after the World War II, when more than a half of country was ruined, sent the first satellite into the space. In 1961, in only 16 years after the World War II, sent the spacecraft with Gagarin inside of it into the space. So you think Russia will not learn how to make a normal cars? They will buy the technologies, or even will steal the technologies, which will be legit, because after the West stole 300 billion of Russian dollars, so now you will not be able to blame Russia for stealing any technologies. Same as now, you can blame Russia that Russia allow getting the stuff through so-called parallel imports to Russia. Like now, already the first Apple smartphones started coming to Russia through the parallel imports. So give it 5-7 years. Or look at the Chinese cars. Yet 10 years ago it was a crap. Now it's kind of decent cars. And what about the car factories which cancelled sales in Russia? So they will have to produce less cars. If they will have to produce less cars, then they will have to fire a part of their stuff. And those guys and their families are not going to be happy about that. So you shot in your own feet now. Feet. Another thing, Russia is already having a hypersonic missiles. So you think Russia will not be able, when it's really needed, to start producing a decent cars? Dudes, don't be deluded. Maybe you don't like what I'm saying now, but I'm saying the truth all the time. That's why so many people hate me, and even my subscribers who used to be my very loyal subscribers canceled me, because I say what I think, not what you want to hear. There are so many vloggers now, Russian vloggers, who are telling you what just you want to hear in exchange for your loyalty. They are kind of buying you, okay? They are just selling their content. They they understand that many of people in the West now want to see and hear Russians are pathetic, but I'm not gonna do that. And even when people are like canceling me for my truth, I keep telling the truth. Anastasia, it seems the truth hurts a lot of people. Sergey, your speech is the real freedom. Unfortunately, my bank card no longer works in donation alerts. Do the sanctions work? I don't know. I don't know why it's that. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chats. And yes, this is just what I just said. The truth hurts. But however, I think it's important to keep telling the truth. And once again, I have to repeat it. Oh, I repeat it from time to time. Already told it once today. I'm gonna say this once again, that soon more and more of truth will prevail. And you guys be ready to be hurt when you will start to realize how unprecedentedly you've been lied to about Russia. I keep walking all the way through Russia, the land of freedom, the place where people are happy and people are free, where people just follow for the natural values they feel inside of the heart and the souls. Petrogradsky district, the Grand Avenue of Petrograd side. Barley Blair, is that the sound of a Guinness being poured? Thank you, Barley Blair. Yeah, later I think that I will settle down in the bar. For now, while it's still the sunset going. The sunset has just begun, by the way. I'm gonna walk. Later we'll sit down somewhere. Россия. Россия, dudes. Dudes, no worries. After all, everything will be okay because I believe that the common sense will prevail. And bear 13, do try a Guinness and a Harps mixed. They say Russia breaks the rules. Who wrote these rules? United States, Brussels. There are no words rules there. I was not able to read it, so let me check what you wrote me. Okay, so they say Russia break the rules. Who wrote these rules? United States, Brussels. There are no word rules. There is an order that is under the control of the UN, United Nations laws that have been trampled on by the United States. Let me tell you once again, the recent conflict that we have in Ukraine and the recent situation when NATO making all those provocations, the blockade of cargo to Kaliningrad, the new members in the face of Sweden and Finland into NATO, into the alliance, massive supply of weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. It is all started not at the 24th of February of this year, not even in 2014, when there was an armed coup in Kiev, orchestrated by Victoria Nuland and in fact by the US government, and maybe not even in 1990, but it is in 1990, at the end of 1980s, beginning of 1990s, it is not the Soviet Union / Russia who broke the rules, because there was the agreement that the Soviet Union will dismantle Warsaw Pact and NATO will not keep expansion to the east, not an inch to the east. The Soviet Union did its part and NATO didn't. So who broke the rules? Who broke the rules? When they came to the territory of sovereign governments of Ukraine, of the country, sovereign country Ukraine in 2014, and through the legally elected President Yanukovych, who broke the rules? And they're telling us that we are breaking the rules. I mean, like Russia breaking the rules. You guys need to wake up. Wake up. Okay, so I walked all the way through Grand Avenue of Petrograd side, and now I'm gonna get to that bridge, Puchkov Bridge, and we'll get to Vasilyevsky Island. Hello, Thomas Robinson. Bug floods. The entrance to the metro station called Sportivная, like a sports. But I'm gonna use it as just the underpass to get to the other side of the road. Gonna get to Vasilyevsky Island now. Hello, Chris, 260s Cowboy, Marcel, ZNS, Betty Power. An old stadium, which is called Petrovsky. Now, as you know, there's a new stadium called Gazprom Arena. Was constructed in 2018. There were the games of World Cup 2018. Another sport arena. Ну что? So, this is Bridge. St. Catherine Cathedral. St. Petersburg, Russia, the land of freedom. Everybody, welcome to Russia. If you really want to know what is the freedom, Нева, Нева. And there's Lahta Center, Lahta Tower, the tallest skyscraper not only in Russia but in whole Europe. Вы посмотрите, вы посмотрите. By the way, the white nights keep going, fading away little by little, but they are still keep going like for one more week. For about one more week, the white nights. Then the white nights will turn into just the regular nights. Look, the moon. I'm not sure if you can see the moon there. No, you can't. But okay. The police. Okay, I'm gonna get to that side. Or maybe I will walk through the embankments. I decided not to go there. I decided to go through the embankment because just gonna be more picturesque, right? Yeah. Вы посмотрите, whoa, look at this. The land of freedom. Afraid of cops? Afraid of cops? I was walking next to KGB building in Moscow, right next to the cops. Now you want me to say that I'm afraid of cops? Anyway, you just look at this. Just look at this. That's where is the cops. That's where is the cops. And that's where is the pedestrian underpass. If I would get there, I would go under the ground and I would come out there. Okay? Meanwhile, the cops are staying in the middle of the roads. Okay? And I'm unreachable to them. What an idiot. I just want to go here because it's more picturesque. Gresham, to expose Russia is in a negative light, is a hobby of Europeans. Often I think that maybe I need to increase the time of the delay of the message. To expose Russia in a negative light is a hobby of Europeans, often the British. This tradition has never stopped. RT talked about Russia and free Europe bans RT. Europeans should not see the truth. Well, as I said before today, that I think that mostly the regular American people and European people are friendly, at least when I was I was twice in the United States, and all the Americans was very hospitable to me. I enjoyed the time. I think that most of the Americans, most of the Europeans wanted to live in peace with everyone. But it is the governments which are making problems. Anyway, yeah, but it's a problem that Russia is demonized, first of all, on a government level. You know, like for decades here, when it's about Russia, all we hear is just like Ushanka, Stalin, gulags. Ushanka, Stalin, gulags, perestroika, and stuff like that. Oh yes, vodka, Stalin, gulag, Ushanka, bear, vodka, Ushanka, gulag, Stalin. Beautiful embankments. Yeah, Matryoshka, Stalin, gulag, vodka, bear. Stalin, gulag, Matryoshka, vodka, bear. despite its land masses and 140 million people, Russia is only in 11th place in GDP economic power, behind South Korea, Italy and India. Why? Because Russia is just getting back. It's getting back from weird 1990s, and little by little getting back to the world stage. Besides, Russia don't have the national debt. And you are giving too much of meaning to JPD this, JPD that, but you're not forgetting that Russian economy based on the things that really important for the life. It's not just the sphere of services, but it's all based on something what people can't live without. Unprecedented amounts of oil, gas, coal, diamonds, metals, wheat, forest. So this is very important segment of economics. Jim Lisek, peace. We love Russia. Sergey, you look rested. Thank you so much. Peter K. Sergey, you forgot Gopnik. Oh yes, Gopnik, Stalin, vodka, bear, gulag. Whoa. Whoa, awesome sunset. Okay. Now we'll go to Middle Avenue of Vasilyevsky Islands. The Middle Avenue. Many people say there is still gulags in Siberia. It's bullshit. I mean, what we even have to talk about if really, if somebody there is still making you think that here is still the gulags. That's all you need to know about anti-Russian propaganda in the West. Юпитер. Кто? Кто? Мне нужно имя. I hope you guys understand me. I just want we all to be happy and all to live in peace. I want you to understand that Russia wants nothing but peace, and Russians wants nothing but peace. Sergey, can you do a live stream and take us into some really rough parts of Russian landmass? Look, for the last 3 years, I've been to 70 towns around Russia, from northwest to almost Siberia. You check it out. I show everything. I show everything. Brett F. Yes, lies. Everything you've heard about Russia, mostly lies. Because Russia is just one pace. Russia just wants the balance in the world's safety. Oh look, here I'm just 300 meters from Vavilov Loft, where I have my studio, where I'm playing the house music. Every Saturday night, if only I'm in St Petersburg, I'm playing the house music. Didn't know that, Sergey. Will check it out. Yes, check it out. I was in Samara, Ulyanovsk, Sviazhsk, Kazan, Cheboksary, Nizhny Novgorod, Moscow. The whole so-called golden ring of Russia. Sergiev Posad, Переславль-Залесский, Rostov-Великий, Kostroma, Yaroslavl, Ivanovo, Vladimir, Suzdal, the Urals region, Magnitogorsk, Chelyabinsk, Tyumень, Екатеринбург, Perm, Northwest, Vologda, Kirov, Old Russa, Old Ladoga, Valdai, Tверь, Novgorod Великий, Petrozavodsk, Kineromo village, Kindesovo village, Vyborg, Pskov, Ivangorod. I was in Kaliningrad, Murmansk and region and Karelia, Teribirka village, Murmansk, Olenigorsk, Monchegorsk, Apatity, Kirovsk, Kandalaksha, Khem, Беломорск, Сегежа, Кумертау, Стерлитамак, Оренбург, Миньяр, Аша, Сим, Усть-Катав, Пенза, Тамбов, Рязань, Саранск, Ижевск, Воткинск, and many more. That's where I was only for the last 3 years. Actually, like about 70 locations. You guys keep supporting my channel if you want more road trips. And just yesterday I was in Novgorod Veliki. Several days ago I was in Vyborg. So whenever I can, I go to different places. Martin K. Sergey, you are very clever and smart, and would be a pleasure to meet you one day. Love your channel. Russia is great. I hope one day I will come. Welcome. Thank you very much. for supporting my channel. Thank you for being the man of common sense. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my country. Welcome to Russia. Enjoy the time here. The time is almost 11 p.m. This is St. Michael Church. And this is the street, the second line of Vasilyevsky Islands, where Putin lived before he moved to Moscow in 1996. He lived in just several buildings from here. He had an apartment there. He lived here until the moment he was invited to work in the government in Moscow. So we are in a one of Putin neighborhoods. I'm now walking in direction of the metro station, Vasily-Ostrovskaya. There, the walking street of Vasilyevsky Island. That's where many people hanging out. Because that's the walking street. There's McDonald's, which is now called Вкусная точка. Public transportation works until 1:30 a.m. in St. Petersburg. Contact bar. Вкусная точка. Gresham. People accusing Russia confuse cause and effects. At first there were attacks on Russia, provocations, NATO expansion. Many still think that Russia attacked Georgia and Chechnya, but it's a lie. Thank you for understanding. Well, it's nice to see that actually many sane people are watching my channel. Many people with a common sense. Yeah, because because you well, based on content you're making, so your audience is the content you are making. Okay. I relatively have not many subscribers, but most of them having a common sense. Meanwhile, many other vloggers being pathetic, they have a lot of viewers, way more subscribers, but they got them only thankful to being pathetic. These are cheap subscribers who just wanted to see some pathetic Russians who wanted this way to buy the loyalty of the viewers, but not my thing. Ruble is crashing to $66 against US dollar. Rubles against US dollar. Something is happening. Well, it's actually was plans, because super strong ruble turned to be the problem for the exporters. The Central Bank of Russia said that really nice exchange rate will be around 70-75, just as it was naturally before all the sanctions. Before all the sanctions, it was like 75 rubles. And that's about like that's its real price. So it may go even like, higher or lower, should I say lower, so like 70-75 rubles per dollar. And that's going to be okay, because the real price of dollar actually 70-75, as it was just before the ridiculous sanctions. The ridiculous sanctions, which makes no sense, which got not too much sense. I mean, of course, like something was reached with these sanctions in some spheres, some industries, but nothing close to what these sanctions were supposed to reach. Nothing even close. So you see, people are out and about, everybody enjoying their time. The gasoline prices are absolutely the same as they used to be. All the stuff in the stores, in the supermarkets, and even McDonald's got back. Even McDonald's got back. You see, people are happy. People are happy. Dancing, having a great time, out and about. Whoa. Russia, the land of freedom, the land of common sense. Whoa. Whoa. So the 6th line of Vasilyevsky Island. People are having great time here. I think that maybe I will sit down here. Creek. Так.
Думаете, где расположиться?
Да.
Можем внутри пройти, также есть место вот одно там.
Давайте посмотрим внутри, что там. Тут просто как-то все плотненько. Да просто мне стол присесть. А, тут можно будет? Да вот здесь лучше, к окну.
Пожалуйста. Если что, меня зовут Денис, обращайтесь ко мне.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Коллегам. Были у нас?
А?
Были у нас?
Нет, еще нет.
Ну тогда добро пожаловать в Бабушку
А у вас есть какой-нибудь стаут?
Не наша тематика абсолютно, но тем не менее, как я сказал, на бельгийской брасserie они делают дюбели, квадрюбели, как раз таки темными сортами брюны. Есть один вариант от крафтовой российской пивоварни Джаз. Сам нам был овсяный стаут. Плотный, 8 градусов.
А, oatmeal?
Что?
Oatmeal.
Нет.
Ну ладно, тогда
Я
что?
говорю, мы бельгийская
Я понял,
мы на
ладно.
бельгийском пиве специалисты.
Что посоветуете из бельгийского? Тогда лучше я из бельгийского что-нибудь выпью.
Ну, как я уже сказал, если сам нам было стаут, если хочется очень сильно. Во всяком случае, просто стаут и стилистика такая, что они больше сладкие, больше кремельные, больше плотные. И, в принципе, дюбели и квадрюбели в этом плане подходят. Единственное, что они бывают покрепче. Насколько сильно алкогольный сорт хочется, насколько не карамельный, насколько сладкий, насколько горький. Рассказывайте.
Ну вообще, если вот бельгийское пиво, то хотелось бы светлое, наоборот. Светлое, да.
Да, конечно.
Такое светлое, более такого классического.
Классическое это что значит? У Бельгии своя классика, у нас своя. Раскройте.
Ну, окей, около 5-6%.
Хорошо.
Вот. Ну и такой вот, более такой стандартный вкус. Как бы, не знаю, как объяснить.
Приведите пример из того, что пили. Что для вас стандартный вкус пива? Это хмелевая горечь, это содовая сладость, это фильтрованный сорт, это не фильтрованный сорт. Может это...
Сейчас подумаю, как объяснить. Такой более солодовый вкус, да.
Более сладенький такой. Да, хорошо. В принципе, смотрите, если 5 градусов, то это будет лагер. У нас есть замечательная бутылочка Корнелисон Лакшери лагер от пивоварни одноименно Корнелисон. Вот он идеально подойдет. У них свой источник,
Ну вот,
они на нем
вот.
делают пиво, и поэтому
Вот давайте его.
крайне минерализированный, такой очень приятный сладкий лагер.
Да, давайте.
Бутылочку Корнелисон лагер.
Да, давайте.
Да, давайте сделаем какую-то закуску, просто руки
Да,
занять.
посмотрю еще сейчас.
Вот здесь.
Да.
Пожалуйста.
Okay, so we came to the Belgium place. He said that they are not specialized on stouts, so that's why I ordered the light beer. I hope you guys enjoying the time. I hope you enjoyed the walk for the last 2 hours here in the land of freedom in Russia. Streets awesome. Why is everyone mad in these chats, JLB? Maybe because today I triggered too many people, but it is what it is. I just was telling today that it is unacceptable what NATO doing now, because now all these provocations, all these new threats to Russia, it's playing with fire. Sanctions, no stouts. Here is the stouts, but he says that it's a Belgian place and better to drink something more Belgium. And he said that stouts is just not a Belgian thing. So why the hell you're saying this? Okay, the next one will be stouts. Just for you not to say bullshit. Besides that, stout is actually produced by the many Russian breweries. Спасибо. Спасибо. Cornelissen Lager. So, NATO threats now absolutely unacceptable, and it is playing with fire because the current conflict in Ukraine, it is rooting to the problem with NATO. It is started at least in 1990s when the USSR dismantled Warsaw Pact, and there was the agreement that NATO will never expand to the east, not an inch to the east. The Soviet Union did its parts, but NATO not. Starting from 1999, they started the expansion, a very significant expansion. That's when Russia got NATO bases in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Romania, and in many other places. And that was in a moment when Russia was considered as weak, when we had the liberal president, the president who was like in a good relationship with Bill Clinton back then. Russia was really weak back then, and was weird conditions of life, but strangely back then the Russian government was considered as good. Now when Russia is great again, Putin is considered as an evil, or the government as an evil. Coincidence? I don't think so. So Putin came to the authority back in 2000. It has taken like 7 years before Putin taking care about an order inside of Russia and getting back to the normal life. And to 2007, he started feeling powerful enough that to be brave enough in February 2007 on Munich conference to say into the faces of all the Western leaders that one polar world is unacceptable, that the safety in the world have to be reconsidered. And of course, in terms of Russia, the NATO borders also must be revised and to get back to the borders of 1990s, before all the 5 waves of expansion back then. But they kept doing that. And it wasn't maybe yet a big deal when NATO was coming to Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, but it is already turned to be unacceptable when they started coming to Ukraine, because Ukraine, it's well, historically an old Russian territory. It's geopolitically 2,000 kilometers of border on the west of Russia and the east of Ukraine, and that's of course like the biggest infantry army in Europe, in Ukraine. So that was totally unacceptable. The next thing, in February 2014, there was an armed coup. They threw the illegally elected president Yanukovych. So the so-called Maidan, this coup was organized by the United States government in the face of Victoria Nuland. I mean, it's not a secret for anyone. So now when somebody saying that why Russia gets into this sovereign country, so here is the question: why the United States organized the coup on the territory of a sovereign country of Ukraine back in 2014. They were killing people there on the square. They burned ethnic Russians in the House of Professional Unions in Odessa, and they climbed the eastern states, Donbass region, Lugansk, and Donetsk region as a separatist, because people there will never agree with the new authority, so-called authority, which is came in the result of the armed coup. They were not agree with that because since 1990s, right after the collapse of USSR, Ukraine started to play the game Ukraine is Europe. Ukraine це Європа. And with so many promises from the West, from Europe, that they will be a part of European Union, they were tuned in against Russia and like try to make them feel superior Russians, that Russians are somewhere there, you know, dirty pigs, uneducated scumbags, not like you are. You Ukrainians, you are great. And back in the beginning of 2000s, it's got worse. There was a lot of parades on the squares of Ukraine where they were jumping and screaming that the Moskals, so-called Moskals, Moskalyaki, Moskals, like the Russians, to guillotine. So it's like literally gets Russians into the guillotine. And that's where the nationalistic moods started to grow up in Ukraine. And there turns to be not only many like the guys who looks like Nazis with all those swastikas, but this more important that nationalistic policy got inside of the government. It was inside of the government. You need to understand that Nazism, it's actually not only the guys, like such a brutal guys with swastikas making zigging, you know, I mean like throwing the heads straight forwards. But it's when, let's say, they try to de-Russify the ethnic Russians in Ukraine. I mean, like they literally try to cancel the Russian language Russian culture, traditions, broadcast. At first it was like quotes, okay, like at first there have to be dozen amounts of Russian broadcast, Russian TV broadcast and stuff like that. And of course this is something what people in Donbass never loved, because I mean this is historically the Russian lands which was joined to Ukraine, a Republic of Soviet Union, by Lenin in 1918. Okay, so people always felt closer to Russia, being on the border of Rostov region, Rostov, Belgorod region, and they never loved it. When in 2018 I was there and I talked to people, it was already 4 years since the beginning of the like hot conflict, like the anti-terroristic operation, as Ukraine called it, anti-terroristic operation. After the coup in 2014, these guys, like Russian regions, Russian-speaking regions, who was not agree with this, they were claimed as a separatist, and they started the anti-terroristic operation. That's how they called it. They never called it war. They called it anti-terroristic operation. And 14,000 people were killed on Donbass for 8 years, way before Putin sent any troops to Ukraine in February 2022, 4.5 months ago. And for all these years, Ukraine was equipped, trained, and supplied with weapons by NATO, actually. So in fact, now there's a lot of soldiers who are fighting, they are educated by NATO. And recently, NATO continue a massive supply of weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. Now that's cargo blockade to Kaliningrad by Lithuania, because Kaliningrad is exclave. It is not exactly, it's not strictly connected with the rest of Russia. In order to go through the lands there, you need to go by the territory of Lithuania, and Lithuania blocked the cargo from the rest of Russia to Kaliningrad, which is some kind of provocation, just to annoy, to poke Russian bear again. And of course, the expansion of NATO to Finland and Sweden. And this is like pretty bad, because this is an escalation, and here we're already gonna deal with possibly the World War III, or at least like a full-scale war with NATO. Like nobody really afraid Finland, because Finland has only 5.5 million residents. Sweden is about 10 million residents. And we had a good relationship with Sweden for 300 years after the Northern War. There was a good relationship, and with Finland, good relationship for 80 years since World War II. And this is really, like, I think that kind of stupid for Finland and Sweden to make actually the concession of their independence in order for NATO to get their bases there. Today they signed another document which makes them closer to that final agreement that NATO will come there. What else I can say? The thing is, there is nothing to be happy about for the Europe and for Scandinavian region, because they are thinking that NATO is that strong. NATO having a good air force, but in terms of infantry, I don't think that they are that strong enough. Anyway, in case of the mobilization, wide mobilization of Russian army, here can be mobilized up to 28 million Russians. So it's like up to 20% of the population of Russia. Well, even if it's like only 10%, it's 14 million Russian men. And you don't have to underrate Russian army, because you need to remember how Russia fought back in the days of the World War II. So up to 28 million soldiers, and most of Russian men were in the army, because army is mandatory here. Also, Russia can start using a lot of weapons they do not use in Ukraine. Russia having way more modern weapons than now used in Donbass. You know, hypersonic missiles and tactical nuclear weapons. Not yet like full-scale nukes, but just at least tactical nuclear weapons. It's all can be used. And this is like really laughing when some people used to tell me that NATO will tear down Russian army in 3 days. What the hell are you talking about? You overrate NATO army and underrate Russian army pretty much. But the main thing is that when Putin will be faced before the choice to use 28 million Russian men or just to send a couple nukes, I'm not sure what he can use. After all, everything is just because NATO never followed for their promises, for agreements not to expand NATO to the east. And they were making that when Russia was really weak, when Yeltsin was considered as a liberal, pro-American president. And even like when Putin came, in the beginning of 2000s, he wasn't considered like, you know, like a strong leader. But NATO kept expansion. Back then, Russia wasn't the threat and was not attacking anyone, okay? So everything what Russia wants is just a multipolar world, a balanced structure of safety in the world. And as Putin said, there don't have to be the Western countries don't have to reach the guarantees of their safety through the disadvantage for the safety of another countries. That's what it is. It's like, I don't think you guys, especially if you talk with Americans, you would allow Russia to have the bases in Canada, Mexico, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, and you would not listen to all that bullshit that it's only like defensive alliance with Nicaragua, Mexico and Canada. I mean, in 1960s there was the missiles on Cuba. Oh yeah, and Cuba. And you guys still talking about it from time to time. I think that it's time to understand that economical blitzkrieg against Russia never worked out, and the goals of the special military operation in Ukraine are getting reached. Only for 4 months, Russia taken control of 1/4 of the territory of Ukraine. It's a huge territory. For example, the United States were in Afghanistan and tried to fight the goat shepherds for 20 years and had to leave. Here, the Russian army for only 4 months liberated the 1/4 of the territory of Ukraine. And this is really the special military operation because the goals of this operation are limited. The goals are denazification, demilitarization, and neutral status to NATO of Ukraine, and also non-nuclear status. That's it. It's time to get to the negotiations. It has become totally obvious that Russia got back. It is now again a big player on the world arena, and want it or not, but it will be respected now. And sooner the European and American leaders will understand it, better it will be. And all those talks about like Russia warmongers and Putin is a warmonger, and the claims that Putin started this senseless war just because he is like insane. I mean, that's stupid. I mean, Putin, he is not making anything with no reason. And I'm not sure why you call it senseless war when everything started with NATO cheating on Russia big time, like placed the bases everywhere all around Russia, all around western borders of Russia. And there was the armed coup in Ukraine, and the war in Donbass for 8 years, where 14,000 ethnic Russians died right next to the border of Russia, next to the border of Rostov region. And how many years the Russian government tried to stop us through the Minsk II agreements, which were signed not only by Russia and Ukraine, but under the supervision of Germany and France. But Ukraine never followed for them. But never ever any Western country condemned that, and never imposed any sanction on Ukraine in order for them to start making it, because that turned to be the fiction. The Minsk II was just an excuse to win some time. For all these years, NATO trained the army of Ukraine and supplied it with the weapons and ammunition, and they were making a lot of like fortresses there, the defense lines, because they knew actually that it with a 90% chance will happen, because it's like we, the regular people, don't know many things, but they already knew that, they felt that. But it seems to me that Putin also was getting ready for this. He knew that, he felt that it's possible, and that's why now Russian army turned to be so well prepared to this, and in a moment when so many people in March used to say that Russia will run out of ammunition, weapons and foods in 3 weeks. However, now in July, even the Western media reports that there is a significant dominance, total dominance of Russia in the air, in artillery, in weapons, and even in infantry. I was surprised about it because look at the reports of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine regarding why the troops, Ukrainian troops, left Lysychansk, which turned to be the last town, the last location after which not only Lysychansk was liberated, but liberated the whole Lugansk People's Republic, because Lugansk was the last location in the borders of Lugansk People's Republic. Even the Ukrainian government's, Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, in their official report saying, we taking the decision to retreat in order, of course, to take a better position because of a significant advantage. They said multiple prevail of Russians in weapons, ammunition, artillery, aviation and infantry. That's really interesting that they said in infantry, because here was not the mobilization yet. So Russia, like, you know, keep fighting with the army that they had in the beginning of the special military operation. It's those who serve by the contracts, and of course the People's Militia of Donetsk People's Republic and Lugansk People's Republic, the Union forces, so-called Union forces. So I was surprised, and in the moments when in Ukraine there's like a whole mobilization, they just take people from everywhere. They just take people from everywhere, on the beaches, in the streets, in the restaurants, in the public transportation. So I was surprised they said that at least in Lugansk, Russia had the advantage in infantry, and it is the Western media which also like saying that according to their intelligence, in artillery Russia prevailed for like 1 to 10. On 10 Russian artillery shots, there is only 1 artillery shot from Ukraine. So it is absolutely obvious that Russia will complete all the goals of this special military operation in Ukraine, call it war, whatever, and will liberate the Donbass. But now with this escalation, I truly believe that the initial plan of Putin was to just you know, like really help the Donbass, and that's it. But now so now look, after the Lugansk People's Republic like totally liberated at the 3rd of July, they report that all the forces moved to Donetsk People's Republic front, because the Donetsk region is not liberated yet. So it's only a matter of time. Like a month ago, I told you the same about the Lugansk People's Republic. It's only a matter of time. They will take Popasna, Горское, Золотое, Северодонецк, Svetogorsk, Lysychansk. Now it's done. So now I'm telling you that it's only a matter of time. They will take Makeyevka, Avdiivka, and all the rest, like territories. But with this escalation, now I'm not sure if Putin gonna stop there, because he might well not want they take a pause, take a break, and in several years to get back, and will start attacking again. So maybe he will want to create a buffer zone between Ukraine, I mean like the rest of Ukraine, central Ukraine and western Ukraine, and Donbass. So I don't know. And longer it goes, bigger the chance of that. So with all this frigging escalation, I don't know. The thing is, Putin is the person whose offers, every new offer of Putin is worse than the previous one. You've noticed how he is not talking with Ukraine anymore after Ukraine actually cheated on Russia after the negotiations in Istanbul in March. In March, according to both sides, they got into the agreements. The treaty agreements was ready for about 90%. They were working on just the final edition, because Ukraine, as just Ukraine, was done already in the end of March in terms of the money and in terms of the weapons and ammunition. And that's why they were ready for the beginning of the de-escalation, and that's why they negotiated all the time. The last meeting was in Istanbul in Turkey, so everything's supposed to be okay. And Russia even started to go away from Kiev region. And here we've got Bucha, because in my opinion the West says no, it's not how it has to work. No, continue, you have to continue. And notice that since then there started the Western financing of the Ukraine and the massive weapons and ammunition supply. No matter what you think about Russia, no matter what you think about who rights and wrong in this situation, but you can't to resist that now Ukraine completely depends on the Western money. And almost every day, Zelensky or I don't know, Kuleba or somebody else. Kuleba is a minister of foreign affairs, Zelensky is a president. All the time they're talking about money. We need more money, we need more weapons, we need more ammunitions. And more than that, they now even allow themselves to blame you that you don't give enough money, you don't give enough weapons, and you don't do this pretty fast enough. Okay, So and look, after that, Putin, he don't want to talk anymore. He don't want to talk. Since the end of March, there wasn't even any like attempts to talk. They are not talking at all, because Putin, I understand his psychology of the Soviet man who grown up in the yards of Leningrad. They never forgive it. They never forgive it. Now, he will accept only a total surrender. A total surrender. Now he will talk only if it is Ukraine itself will come and Russia will dictate the conditions of the treaty agreements. And I'm not sure how you love it. I'm not sure how you love it. Можно и стаут теперь, стаут попробовать.
Сомнамбула. Да,
Да.
конечно.
So that's why I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to you, and I'm trying to explain, like, you see, I'm not mad or something. I'm trying to talk, just like talk normally, and I'm trying to have the mind going. And I'm telling you that no matter what you think, who is right or wrong, but let's say you can't resist that Ukraine already do not depend on itself. Ukraine was done in the end of March. That's why the Russia and Ukraine was really close to the agreements. But that is when the West said no, keep going, and started giving them money and weapons. And now they see that after that it wasn't enough. The money wasn't enough. Those money wasn't enough. Weapons wasn't enough. Ammunition wasn't enough. In the same time, Putin don't want to talk to them. They don't want to talk to them. I mean, Putin don't want to talk with them, and they understand that they turn to be in a very shitty situation when from one side they don't have, like, they are not given enough of money and weapons. They are losing the territories. They fail on the battlefronts. Now also I think that no matter what the Ukrainian propagandists like Arestovich or I don't know, Denis Davidov or whoever telling you, but you know, notice they all at first telling you that okay, so it's not a big deal, we will retake it. Then in a few days they admit they lost it, but they say that okay, it wasn't a big deal anyway. Okay, every time they lose the towns, they say, well, it's not a big deal, it's not the end of the world yet. So they are in a shitty situation when weapons, money do not enough, and at the same time they can't talk to Putin, because Putin now only ready to talk when, I mean, he is not ready to talk. He's only now ready to accept the capitulation. Let's call it is what it is. Maybe that's why NATO is like getting nervous, and that's why they shell Russian Belgorod, they shell Donetsk every day long, but they never tell you. It's like when Russia, like, you know, for example, that situation with the mall in Kramatorsk. The mall suffered because, yes, like the rocket the rocket landed. The purpose was not the mall, but the storage behind the mall. And so the fire from that storage got onto the mall, and the mall suffered. And like all the mass media immediately all over the world told about it, but nobody's telling about everyday multiple massive bombing of Donetsk, recently Belgorod. Nobody talking about it. Nobody. Or what is even more cynical, they are saying that this is the self-bombing in order to blame Ukraine. And look, if to continue the mines, after all, for all of this, it is you guys pay for this. It is you guys pay for this. Because Ukraine now looks like a black hole. No matter how much money you give, no matter how much weapons and ammunition you give, it's like they always say it's not enough. Meanwhile, we see how all that, like many of those weapons, are already on a black market. And this is not what Russian propaganda says. This is what you can read in the Western media. I intentionally do not tell you like what Russian media says, because if I will refer to Russian media, you will tell me this is propaganda. So I'm always like trying to refer to what like your media saying about it. And it is, guys, after all, it is you pay for this. It is you pay for this. It is your money goes into that black hole. And even those sanctions, no, you see, maybe somewhere, maybe some industries like really suffer because of this, but normally, like nothing even close to what was expected with the sanctions. Meanwhile, in some states there is $9 per gallon. In the United States, as far as I know, is in California. Even worse situation with the gas in Europe. And it is Russia yet never imposed the counter sanctions, which can be really weird. Imagine one day Putin, he just will like, you know, he will say, that's it, enough is enough, is enough, and he will just like turn off the gas and all the oil supplies, at least for a month. Okay, I mean, he can't do that. Russia have enough of money for that. And in the moments when you guys are talking about a complete isolation, total isolation of Russia, it's not truth. It's only like 14% of the world, those countries who are imposed the sanctions. But even many of them this way or that way continue buying the Russian gas and fuel fossils. But even without the Europe, Russia have where to sell the gas to India. Yes, with a huge discounts, but Russia can afford it and can allow it to itself, because here is plenty of oil. So Russia can sell it with a huge discount and still make a lot of money. Like Bloomberg said that this year Russia will receive an all-time record revenue for only the exports of only fuel fossils, gas, oil, coal, to the foreign countries, $320 billion, which is going to be about 30% more than in 2021, despite of all the sanctions. So now, every day, Russia, no matter what, keep making almost $1 billion only from the fuel fossils exported to the foreign countries. So one day Putin can just say enough is enough, and imagine we'll just stop exporting any gas and oil, and then those forecasts of like $300-400 per barrel of oil may become real. Your tone has changed since HIMARS arrives. Have you lost your optimism? Do I sound like I've lost an optimism? You don't even hear me. This HIMARS not gonna change any situation. Vice versa, I'm telling you that in the moments when Ukraine is done, and it's only a question of time, in the moments when a month ago I told you that it's only a matter of time they will take Lugansk People's Republic, I mean Lugansk region. You never believed me. You also was telling about some kind of like new weapons and stuff like that. Now I don't even like already care about like what happens in Ukraine. I mean, like relatively, I'm already more cared about the NATO provocations and possible NATO full-scale war. And again, not because I'm afraid of NATO. No way. I mean, it has taken 20 years to fight the gold shepherds in Afghanistan, and nothing works out. So I really don't worry about Russia, but I worry about the beginning of World War III, where no one of us probably will be able to hide. It's nothing about HIMARS. Believe me, HIMARS will be considered as a joke, complete joke. I mean, even now I consider it as a complete joke compared to what can be. If there's the World War III will be started, and up to 28 million Russians can be mobilized, and the nukes also can be used, because I don't know if Putin will be faced before the choice to use 28 millions of Russian men or just several nukes. I'm not sure if he will not choose the nukes. Deborah Bromley, Shame to Russia. No, Russia is the greatest peacemaker. For all these years, Russia just tried to make peace. Okay, to make peace. Shame to you, Deborah. You hear me, Deborah? You have to be ashamed. Now live with this. You are supporting the nationalistic government of the Ukraine. Now live with this. I keep 983 super sticker received. Thank you so much. Russia makes peace. Yes, Russia makes peace. And I'm not sure why you're like trying to laugh about it in the moments when I in all the details today explained why. But you just don't want to hear. For most of you, I believe, it is all started at the 24th of February 2022. Meanwhile, it is not started even in February 2014. It all began at least in the end of 1980s. And exactly it happens because it is NATO never followed for the agreements that they had with the Soviet Union. Soviet Union dismantled the Warsaw Pact. Look, it's a fact. Meanwhile, NATO never had to expand to the east, not an inch to the east, but they did it. They were making it in the most weird way. It was weird. They kept making it and making it. 5 waves of the expansion. Спасибо. So all these years, is it Russia was getting the bases in Mexico, Cuba, Nicaragua, Honduras? Come on, dudes. For years and years, we just watched how the NATO bases appears to be next to us in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Romania, and other countries. We just were sitting and we were watching at that. And in 2007, Putin started talking about it, that hey, it's unacceptable. It all leads to one polar world, and that it is the threat for Russia, and this is unacceptable. But they kept making that. And when finally they came to Ukraine, where we have 2,000 kilometers border, that already turned to be too much. And when they made the armed coup there, that was enough. But really enough was after the armed coup, they fought with the ethnic Russians on Donbass. 8 years, Russia, through the diplomatic way, tried to make the peace. And there was a certain plan for that, signed by Ukraine, Germany, France, and Russia. But they ignored that. they cheated on again. They just use it to win the time, because all these 8 years NATO trained the Ukrainian troops, supplied with weapons, ammunition. They wanted that. And now you, frigging Deborah, telling me that Russia, about any shame? It is you absolutely shameless. You are shameless. You, shame on you, not on Russia. No. Shame on Deborah. Hey Deborah, you hear me? You are absolutely shameless. Shame on you. Why are you so weird? NATO only expands when a country requests to join NATO because they are afraid of Russian aggression. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. I already told about it. Why? After the collapse of USSR, when everybody knew that Russia was weak, when the President Yeltsin was considered so liberal and so pro-American, they were laughing with Clinton, and back then Russia threat no one. It was considered, Russia still was considered as an aggressor. What the hell are you talking about? And what about Yugoslavia? Oh yeah, it's whataboutism. Yes. Because those countries wanted to join. You know, Cuba wanted the Soviet missiles, but you never loved it. Anyway, enough of this bullshit. Okay, then consider that Donbass now also wanted Russia to defend them. So everything is equal. All the time Putin has been the president, I have never heard him say or do anything that didn't make sense. So I believe Sergey. Thank you, Betty.
there is balance in the worlds. We have the US and the Western countries, and then we have China, Russia as a second-rate player. Yeah, and also you have like the brown people countries who are not Christians and who you consider as a third-rate countries and who you don't care. Iraq, Iran, Libya, Afghanistan. I should to continue. It's really laughing how here you're finding the excuses in the moments when you would never tolerate the unstoppable expansion of Russian bases in Canada, Mexico, Cuba, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico. So it makes you hypocrites. So countries join NATO because they are afraid of Russia. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because when the countries were joining NATO back in the end of 1990s and the beginning of 2000s, there wasn't any threats from Russia. And even now, Russia is not aggressor. Russia is a liberator. And I explained why. If you don't hear why, if you don't hear me, then it's just because you don't want to hear me. Okay? Because it's just nicer for you, like, to think so. But if you only will try to hear what I'm saying and to try to be neutral and to try to forget all the prejudices you had about this conflict and everything, you will find a lot of sense. For 15 years, Putin was telling you that it is unacceptable to have NATO all over and keep expanding it. And you never cared. I mean, like, not exactly you, but NATO. People, Georgia attacks Russia. European Commission reports in Syria, Russia is officially invited. What are the US and Turkey doing there? people in the West need to understand that Russia paid the highest price in terms of the human cost defeating the Nazis. We stupid Westerners may have forgotten all about the Nazis. Yes, 27 million lives in World War II.
Там, в общем, пьяные ирландцы подрались. Они... Пьяные ирландцы подрались, да,
Russia deserves to pay the highest cost for defeating the Nazis because they were helping the Nazis starts with what a piece of shit you are. You have no idea what a piece of shit you are. It's Mr. Putin who has made NATO larger due to its barbaric invasion of a sovereign country. Now explain to me who made NATO too expensive way before that? You're hypocrites. And you see only what is like nice to see for you.
Можно я сама себе а в том, что я еду после Таиланда сразу в командировку в Ереван, в командировку на этот офис. Я сломалась.
So
Я сюда переехала в 12.
in March 1999, it is Putin's invasion made NATO to expand to Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, in 2004 to Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Estonia. Back in 2004, Putin was not even considered as like a strong politician yet. But why you did that? In 2009, Albania, Croatia, it is already 2 years after Putin said that it was not, it's unacceptable. It was unacceptable make those extensions because there was not any reason for that. And after the dismantle of Warsaw Pact, they hadn't to extend NATO to the east. Okay. Then in 2017, Chernogoria. In 2020, the Northern Macedonia. So what the hell? And now Sweden and Finland. Okay, now you can say it is because Finland and Sweden, they are scared of Russia after the Ukraine. but Hungary, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Poland. What the hell? What the hell back then? Back then, why was need that? So, and you consider Russia as a warmonger. Meanwhile, there were happening a lot of shits in Yugoslavia, Serbia, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria. Now, do you even know that now there are 3 ongoing US wars? Do you know? I mean, everybody knows about the special military operation, or call it war, in Ukraine, but do you know that there's 3 ongoing participate in Yemen, Somalia, and Syria? Do you know that? Slovakia doesn't want to be a vassal of the West and NATO anymore. Russia, please come and save us. Slavic brothers and sisters, we're waiting for you. Well, I think your government just have to climb for, to get out. I mean, look, like every country is supposed to be like to have a right to ask NATO to join them. But if it's like democratic, then you also can ask to get out of it. This is really interesting how some of you guys are calling Russia aggressor in the moments when for the last 30, not even 30 years, but okay, let's say like that in the newest history of Russia after the collapse of USSR, it's like the only military conflicts Russia participate in the moments when like you don't know about Iraq, Iran, Libya, Yemen, Somalia. Let me tell you once again, no comment. Hi Sergey, I prefer house music, but cheers. Sergey, are there mass shootings in Russia like United States? Well, here was some mass shootings, but not as much as in the United States. I mean, here it's like a very rare thing. Look, dudes. I'm sure that many of you maybe don't understand it yet. Don't understand what I'm saying, but there will come the time you will understand that everything what I'm saying now makes sense.
а мне говорят,
Russia is China's gas station. Okay, okay. Canada stolen from the native Indians, no country. You guys love giving cliches like Russia this, Russia that. I mean, I'm wondering. I mean, like the person is waking. I mean, like the person is getting born. I mean, you are getting born in the West, not in Russia. You go to the school, and then you go to the university, and most of you never even been to Russia. But after all, what makes you to hate Russia so much and give all this like cliche to Russia, like calling us the gas station, calling us aggressors, in the moments when for only 80 years you forgot how it is Russia liberated the world from the Nazis. So you are getting born. You go to the school. Then you go to the university. Then you just go to work and live your life. And you never been to Russia. But you hate Russia. So there is something on any certain stage of your life what makes you hate Russia. And give all this cliche about Russia. That Russia is a communist, Russia is a gulag country, gas station, stuff like that, under tyranny, under dictator, and stuff like that. So think about it. I mean, like, when and where they placed it is into your mind, into your brain to think so. Share pencil, the artist, thank you. Иван Грозный, Россия очень хорошо. Look, Иван Грозный, he really knows that Russia is great because it's like 5 years ago he was coming to Russia with his wife and we went to Moscow and St Petersburg. And I was showing everything around to Ivan Grozny and his wife. And that's why now you can't fool Ivan Grozny. Everybody, whoever was in Russia, it's interesting that it's harder, way harder to fool anyone whoever was in Russia with all that saying. I mean, like with all that shit, it's like it's easy to mislead the people in the West who never was in Russia about Russia, but it's way harder to mislead the people who was here with all that anti-Russian propaganda. Because when people are coming here to Russia from the West, many are having a cultural shock and the shock about the gap between what they heard about Russia and what Russia really is. So that's why I think you guys need to come to Russia. You need to visit Russia. You'll understand that actually Russia is one of the best countries ever. One of the best countries ever. And especially now when Russia is getting into its golden epoch. It's the beginning of the golden age, another golden age of Russia. Believe me, believe me. But even if you was not here, you can just watch my live streams and you will see that Russia is amazing. It's amazing. I can't even imagine how is it even possible to make it so that such a great country as Russia can be portrayed as bad as you consider it, the way you consider it. Sergey, go live stream in Astrakhan. What about Volgograd? Go stream there. Saratov, Penza, Taliati. You won't stream there. Show the suffering, you won't. I was in Astrakhan. I was in Penza. I was not in Taliati, but I was in Samara, which is next to Taliati. And you can check those videos. What about Volgograd? Go stream there. Look. If you do not support my channel, you can't tell me where I have to go. Because for the last 3 years, I have visited 70, not 17, not 17, but 70 towns of Russia. And now, you just can't tell me where to go if you do not support my channel. If you tell me to go to Astrakhan, to Volgograd, Saratov, in the moments when you don't even support my channel, damn, that's really delusional. You're now act like a motherfucker. Ну вот первый повторить, первый Коненберг там.
Да, хорошо, конечно. И после этого могу читать.
Да, как он называется?
Что я вам принесу, я уже сам забыл. Сейчас могу пойти.
Да. You guys need, if you want to see even more towns of Russia, more locations here, you need to support my channel. you need to join at least the membership of my channel. What the hell? How come you're telling me to go here and there? Go to Saratov. What, now you're telling me go to Saratov, go to Volgograd, Astrakhan. In the moments when you're not even supporting my channel, what the hell? Do you understand what it's like to go to Volgograd, Astrakhan? Look at the map. Look where is St. Petersburg in the north and where is Astrakhan in the south. Damn, you're a motherfucker who do not even support my channel, but you tell me to go here and to go there. Why are you such a motherfucker? I mean, like, it's interesting how so many motherfuckers tells me to go there, to go to Kamchatka, Vladivostok, Yakutia. I mean, like, you tell me to go to the like most remote places of Russia in the moments when you're not even like supporting my channel. What the hell? What the hell? I mean, but even this way, but even like, anyway, for the last 3 years I've made it to 70 cities and towns. 70. Can you imagine how many kilometers is that? How many kilometers, how many time? So it's like, it's interesting like how all the time the motherfuckers who never supporting my channel wants me to go the most distant travels. Damn it. And I'm already like tired to tell you. Wanna see more places of Russia? You fucking join the membership, join at least the membership of my channel. Okay? I mean, no comment, Sergey. Western countries modernize Putin's Russia. See you on house music night. Respect, Sergey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sergey can't handle it. What exactly you mean? Can't handle? If you're talking about the road trips, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go like through the whole Russia to, let's say, Vladivostok or Kamchatka. If I have just to spend my money for that. Sure, that's an excuse, it's too far. Yeah, sure, that's an excuse. You can't even join the membership of my channel. Yeah. So, I mean, like, you can't join the membership of my channel. It's like for $5. But you want me to spend like $1,000 in order to go to Vladivostok? When in 2018 I went to Vladivostok only for the like round trip tickets, I had to pay $1,000. $1,000, you fucker. You hear me? So just fuck you, man. And look, I don't have any excuses. When I can, I go. But I'm talking about you. That exactly you can't tell me where to go. Okay? Exactly you, because you're not even like supporting my channel. So fuck you, man. in 2020, like I was like, when people were sending the super chats to my channel, I was collecting the money, I was saving up the money, I was saving up the super chats, and then honestly and fairly spent the most of it to go for the road trip. Then same I did in 2021. While there was the winter and like not the best time for traveling, I was saving up the money from super chats, from memberships, and then I was making a huge road trips. And after all, I visited 70 towns. But now you just can't tell me where to go. Wally Estates, cheers on the golden age. Thanks so much. And you can earn money playing house music shows along the way. So, I mean, you guys, look, one thing that you can't understand, I would be only happy, like, to travel all over Russia. Like, you know, it's interesting. One day you're here, another day you're there. For example, one day you're in Moscow, another day you're in Nizhny Novgorod, then you go to Kazan, then you go to, Volgograd, Saransk, Astrakhan, whatever. But I mean, I'm not gonna spending just my money for that. I mean, if it's not, how to say, covers with my audience for which I'm making this, I mean, it makes no sense. So that's why I'm all the time telling you that, okay, you want more places? Okay, join membership. For example, yesterday I went to Novgorod the Great. Even like going to Novgorod the Great, I had to rent the car and to go there, and I spent like $60 just for that trip. And before that, several days ago, I went to Vyborg. Спасибо. Спасибо. So that's it. По карте. So that's it. Well, I mean, I can travel to the nearest towns like Vyborg, Pskov. Yeah, I was in Pskov. In April, I've made it to 10 towns: Terepirka village, Murmansk, Olenegorsk, Monchegorsk, Apatity, Kirovsk, Kandalaksha, Kim, Belomorsk, Sigeja. I was there. You guys don't fucking get it. You don't fucking get it that I only would be happy. I only would be happy, like, to travel all over. But I mean, if the expenses are not covered, it makes no sense. Stop sending him money. He buys cheap microphone for his shirts. By the way, it's not cheap microphone. It's not cheap microphone. This is. Сейчас я тебе покажу. This is Boya. This is Boya. Boya microphone. Boya BYK1 microphone. It's not cheap. I mean, now it's not this microphone because now I have to connect my phone to power bank. Power bank. You won't go to Saratov, you're scared. I was in Saransk. what's the difference between Saratov and Saransk? I was in Olenegorsk, Monchegorsk. Oh, you're so stupid. I can't even talk to you guys anymore. Saratov, just another regular Russian town. I was in 70 Russian towns. Samara, Ulyanovsk, Sviazhsk, Kazan, Чебоксары, Нижний Новгород, Moscow, Сергиев Посад, Переславль-Залесский, Ростов-Великий, Кострома, Ярославль, Иваново, Владимир, Магнитогорск, Челябинск. I mean, look. I mean, now you're just trolling. Go to hell. Saratov, good city on Volga. What's the problem? Yeah, no problem. I mean, he is just bullshitting. He is just some kind of, loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. At first, he's like telling me where to go. But when I'm telling him that you can't tell me where to go, if you're not even supporting my channel, then go to hell. Have you been to Tomsk or Perm? I was in Perm. Check out my video from Perm, my live stream from Perm. And by the way, in Perm, I met the stalker, freaking stalker. Yeah, freaking stalker. I mean, nice guy. He is like a local, and he watched my channel, but he stalked me there. Вы заканчиваете 15 минут, да? 15 минут еще есть. А, не надо. Ron Helton, enjoy your channel. I think you guys, many of you don't understand me. Russia must move its capital to Kiev. No, Russia must move its capital to Великий Новгород, which was the first capital of Russia. Look, dudes, most of you don't understand me. You don't understand me. You really don't want to understand that I'm trying to bring you the best content as much as I can, because this is something what, first of all, even to me, like, it's interesting. But I don't even want to talk about it anymore. fucking grape. Yeah, recently I was in Moscow, by the way. Just for the last like 10 days, I was in Moscow, Vyborg, Novgorod the Great. Grape juice, ha ha ha. Okay, so I've got it. You're just a loser. You're just a loser. Grape juice, just a loser. All he can is just like to tell me where to go. Can you tell me why you're such a loser? Yeah, Grape Juice, you're a loser, and you can't hide that. You can't hide that you're a loser behind your smiles. Did the stalker seem to be aroused at the time? What? What the hell are you talking about? Hey, sweating sausage, why all the time you're trying to say some kind of bullshit? Look, Grace Juice. I'm really like, at first it was like fun, but now I'm just annoyed with you. And I say bye to you. Yeah, fucking idiots. John Gold, yes, he is a loser. He is a loser. I mean, imagine it's just some kind of guy who is sitting somewhere, maybe even in the basement of his parents' house. He can't even like he can't even call himself with his real name. He called himself Grape Juice. He's a loser. And he tells me what to do. Actually, sweating sausage is pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. I don't even know why sweating sausage like all the time watching my channel. Because all he is interested in is just some ridiculous content. And he all the time sending me $2 super chats just to say some bullshit. Like, for example, no good to stalk a guy with all the hotties in Russia. Dang. I mean, there was the time I was even like I was even like banning sweating sausage. Well, first of all, let me start with saying that sweating sausage, it's such a ridiculous nickname. And look, I'm not even sure why he is watching me, because sweating sausage, I mean, he is the farmer. He grow avocados. And it seems like after a long days on his farm, he is coming to my channel and some others maybe, and he just wants some fun. And the only fun he's finding is just to send $2 super chats to say some bullshit. I used to ban Sweating Sausage for several times, but then he was sending me many emails asking to unban him. Okay, and I don't know why the hell. And also he has a lot of like clones, I mean many other accounts which he pretend that it's his father, it's his son, it's his uncle, or I don't know what. And he's like literally talking to himself. I mean like Sweating Sausage, Vienna Sausage, something else. This is ridiculous. I don't know why he need that. And he's always sending like $2 super chats, because when you send super chat, it's like a I see the super chats and it's like, I read them all. And he wants to hear me reading ridiculous messages from him. I mean, I don't know why he decided me to attack. I'm not sure why he decided to choose me to attack. Also, Sweating Sausage, he used the labor of the slaves on his farm. He used the slaves. I mean, and look, I used to ban Sweating Sausage many times, because just every time he is talking bullshit. But he was sending me the emails asking to unban him. I mean, I don't know why he even need this. Once he sent $2 super chat to me, and he said that a half of that I have to give to Anastasia. It's my wife's friend. And even when I've got to my wife's friend Anastasia, and I tried to give her $1 from Sweating Sausage, and I said this is like from Sweating Sausage, from one of my viewers, and she said like what the hell is that? I mean, like, giving $1, it's more like a scoff than like really a good gesture. So she said that she don't need $1 and that I have to give it back to Sweating Sausage. And then I sent him like $10 back to the PayPal. I said that Anastasia said that, I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, if you really want to give the money to the lady, it don't have to be $1. It have to be like something like, you know, at least like a price of the meal or something, the price of the flowers, but not $1. I mean, like, come on. Just imagine that. That was ridiculous. But maybe that was the special economical operation of Sweating Sausage, like to piss off Anastasia. So in order I to send him back $10, so he is like sending $2, and I'm sending back to him $10. And then there was the continue of the story. His wife, Sweating Sausage wife, found out about this, and she made a big deal out of it. She was coming to, this is how we have found that actually Sweating Sausage have a wife, because his wife was coming here and she was saying that, do you guys know that Sweating Sausage have a wife? Cheap bag 500 super chat. Yes, $1 Canadian buck super chat. Okay, dudes, it's time for me to go back home. The local time is 1 a.m. I need to get back home. Music stops, yes, because this place closes at 1 a.m. Taxi, yes, I will take taxi. Okay, dudes, I will go home. The beer was really good. I mean, like, I feel like I've got kind of drunk of only 3 beers. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe after tomorrow. Thank you for watching. See you the other day. Stay tuned. Keep watching. Subscribe my channel if you're not yet. Never forget to join membership. In case if you want me to go to other towns more often, because I can tell you that when you tell me like go here and there, it's like you tell me go to like through 9 hours time zone to Vladivostok and film there, but you're not even joined my membership. I mean, that's really sucks. I mean, sucks for you. So if you want to see more places to visit, then you need to at least join the membership of my channel. If not, that's okay, but you can't blame me all the time filming in St. Petersburg if you're not even joining the membership. I mean, I don't care where to go. When I can, I go everywhere. See you later. Neil McDonald's, Trout Mask, Michael Milkevich, Ron Helton, Lucy the Goat as Dre, Fritz Deucers. Yeah, Betty Power. See you later. Okay, guys. From St. Petersburg, from Russia. See you, dudes. Chipback 500. Look, Chipback 500. He's actually finally got the strategy. Tony. He's actually got the strategy of sweating sausage. He got it that now he. Okay, dudes. See you. Chipback 500 got a strategy of frigging sweating sausage. See you, dudes. From St. Petersburg, from Russia, with love and peace. Never forget that Russia is the biggest peacemaker in the world right now. Even if you're not agree with this now, you will see later. Bye, dudes. Nancy Estella, hi and bye, and please stop using the labor of the slaves on your farms. Chipback 500. Thank you.